stream of Dark Souls 2 here on the Overanalyst channel. Starting at kind of an unusual time today, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because I think today's stream might run just a little long in the tooth, due to the fact that, of course, we're going to be trying to complete the entire game, or, sorry, what's left of the main game content, in addition to the third and final DLC. But first, want to go back to the Rat King Covenant, see if we can't get one or two last contestants. Just wouldn't feel like a proper Dark Souls 2 stream without an attempt at this, you know what I mean? So, yeah, oh, hold on, sorry. That's probably my controller going wonky again. Sorry about this. I think we've talked about this on stream before, but my controller's charger is really weird, and will, occasionally, if I wiggle a wire around, or the charging cord around just a little bit, it will, first off, cause the controller to go dead, but the controller will not register that it's dead and has been plugged back in again for some time. So, hey MC, how's it going? Give me just a minute to hopefully reset my controller here. There we go. Now we gotta go redirect audio back to the headphones. There we go. Well, after that great start, let's see if we can't level this Covenant up at least once before we complete the main game. We have all of 5 bosses left in across the DLC and what remains of the principal story path. So I'm hoping that we can take them all down today. Now, about the multiplayer dungeons, they may actually be saved along with a bunch of, like, auxiliary treasure for cleanup streams and things like that, because I'll just be honest with you guys, barring the multiplayer dungeon boss in the very first game, or the first DLC, which is kind of unique, the other two reuse, or I should say modify the palette of existing bosses we've seen before, and just give some, like, slightly divergent treasure. MC says to tell you how my day went, we've got a link, and then basically Cliff in Pyre. Oh, wow. Check this out. First off, I love the visual style. It's extremely sleek and kind of like Epcot futuristic looking. I like that. I really dig that. Looks like a great setting for, like, an RPG. I say that in part because I'm, like, salivating constantly thinking about Cyberpunk, which I can't wait to play for you guys. Provided I actually can on Twitch, I'll have to send an email or two to see about some of the content in that game and whether or not this account would be sanctioned for broadcasting it. I don't think there'd be any issues. Folks stream, like, Witcher 3 all the time, so. But I do want to check on that. No takers. Our grand finale, and nothing. Wow. What a pity, what a pity. Okay, well, at the very least, I can show you guys one cool thing that I mentioned on yesterday's stream and haven't shown off at all. That's the power stancing mechanic. I guess we might get somebody in while I show this off, but remember, I said this only MC says I wouldn't watch your stream for Cyberpunk since I want to discover it myself. That's totally fair, man. It might take me a little while to get around to it, depending on how busy school has me. But remember, I said if you have, say, 2 weapons of a similar type, weapon type being denoted by this little icon, hold on, right up here, so it's not 2 weapons of the same exact name, just same type, and you have stats equivalent to 1.5 times the stat requirement to wield them, you can dual wield them in a pretty interesting way. Now, normally, right, if this applies to Dark Souls 2 and 3, I believe. Power stancing is not in Dark Souls 3, it's replaced with something else that isn't quite as cool in my opinion, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But sorry, in this game and in Dark Souls 3, you press the dual wield button to two-hand your right-handed article of equipment, and hold it down to two-hand the article equipped in your left hand. pretty nice, I guess. You can now dual wield either hand's effect, but if we go power stancing instead, I'll use it on these bandit knives just to demonstrate, because A, they're really easy to wield, and B, it's what those jackasses in the old chasm had and kept killing me with. I think they were power stancing. You can attack with the one in the right hand, you can attack with the one in the left hand. You know, it's a good time to be had by all. But now if we hold down the dual wield weapon, we enter a power stance. Now what does this do? Well, the right-handed weapon maintains its original moveset, but now, in place of standard functions, if we press L1 and L2, basically the left hand's movement buttons, we get a unique moveset that can absolutely devastate most enemies. This is a way more powerful way to wield most weapons. And just about every weapon type has a power stancing moveset. We'll try it with the straight swords to give you an idea. The really tough dragon acolyte, Red Phantom, or no, not Red Phantom, but the really tough dragon acolyte that fought us just outside the Ancient Dragons audience hall was power stancing great swords, I want to say, which is a really popular PvP tactic, or it was back in my day when I played this game a lot more. Can we dual wield? No, we cannot, because the katana requires so much dexterity to wield. Anything that's a little easier on us in that regard. We could do scimitars, I guess. Yeah, check that out. A really cool moveset. Lots of folks absolutely swear by power stancing, and I concur that it's a really, really powerful way to play. But, at least for my personal taste, the attack animation durations for a lot of these movesets is so great that you are almost guaranteed to have to tank some blows, which, as I'm sure you've noticed by now, is not something I'm all that fond of. Oh, we can finally use my favorite shield in the game. And should we? I might as well, I guess. This is the shield I made it through most of my original playthrough with. Excellent fortitude, 95% physical damage absorption, pretty solid defenses across the board, I want to say. And kind of the spiritual successor in terms of stats and make and all that to, I believe, either a boss weapon or a boss-affiliated weapon from Demon Souls. I can't wait for that Demon Souls remake to come out so I can play through that with you guys, because one thing that's absolutely phenomenal about that game that I kind of wish Dark Souls and Bloodborne had maintained is most bosses had some kind of gimmick associated with them, where even if you did elect to fight them head-on, you could, there was always something maybe present in their level or their arena that you could interact with or exploit somehow, often in really creative ways, to ingeniously work around the fight. Like, one of the most powerful physical combatant bosses in the game is, not just in his lore, but indicated by its model, blind. So, even though he's extraordinarily powerful and very, very fast, you can actually equip yourself and move around in such a way that you can run in, get a couple hits in, run back out while he kind of flails at the area you were at without ever really alerting him to your presence. This is pretty standard design for Demon Souls, and I wish, again, that like this series had retained a bit more of that, but never mind. We are progressing on into the frozen Crusader city of Eleum Loyce, which, in my mind, next to the Dragon Shrine and Aerie, is the most beautiful area in the entire game. Don't worry, we can clear this blizzard, and in fact we'll need to. Now, in lore, this is really cool, I believe. Ha, cool. This area, this city, was built on top of Lost Izalith and sort of the remains of the demon ruins, built specifically to contain what remained of the demons and the false flame. Think, sort of the Crusader cities near the World Wound, if you're familiar with the Pathfinder setting. Our progression through this area is actually going to be really unusual in that, if I recall, we actually have to go through more or less the same exact area twice, completing different objectives each time. Now, here we have a boss gate.
Aava is watching. Go back.
Yeah, so, that voice is not attempting to deceive us here. Aava, the boss here, is very, very special in that it's completely invisible. Absolutely nothing you can do to see it, lock onto it, whatsoever. We've got to go around, take, like, this less obvious path to find a way to render the boss visible. And even then, it's gonna be a hell of a fight. Aava is... I remember it being an absolute nightmare. So it looks like none of the soldiers in these DLC are going to be quite as tanky as the Sanctum soldiers, thank God. But, these guys are, on the whole, I want to say, in certain encounters... Oh, an elevator full of caskets, how nice. More dangerous than the fume footmen from the Old Iron King's tower. Item ahead? Yeah, we're gonna want to kill that one, I believe. There aren't many friendly faces in any of the DLC, and I think Eleum Loyce is the only one, if any, friendly NPCs at all. But, yeah, we probably want to cut down anybody who isn't either in the main castle or frozen solid right now. I really like their armor, and that weapon as well. I don't know if we can get their sword, but I sure would love to. I know you can barely tell through all of the snow and, like... oh god, no. Oh, I remember you. You know what? For undead beasts without fur, they fared remarkably well in the cold. Upgraded winged spear? Okay. Nice, I guess. So this beautiful advanced city has kind of seen better days. Ah, torches. Good. We're going to need those, probably. Now, we've not seen the big guys here yet. And, funny thing, I don't remember exactly what they are, just that they're here, and they gave me a lot of trouble during my first playthrough. I think it might be that guy in the back with, like, all of the crystals growing out of his back, or stalactite. Yep, that's a sorcerer. Oh, that's not a good sound for a projectile to emit. How do you guys feel about the darkness? Oh, right, you can all do that. Never mind. This is interesting, though, in that all of the soldiers, instead of having bows or something, have, sorceries. At least I'm fairly certain that's what the game considers them. Also, they all deal bleeding damage thanks to the barbs on their weapons. For whatever reason, I don't really think that would help against the demons, right? Because Most of them had, like, hides of or equivalent to stone. We've got to use the ice as cover here. Oh, that wasn't a great jumping attack, but not gonna complain. So it looks like all the foot soldiers across all 3 DLC provide, like, the same amount of souls. Oh, right, thanks to the icicles, we can't backstab him. Clever. Let's see if there's any loot we may have missed in this. Ah, hello. Goodbye. We're gonna have to change the world state around here pretty soon. And I think after we do, these people may be hostile. Like, they're here for a reason, certainly. I just forget what that reason may be. Man, a bonfire would be real nice right about now. I know we're not that far in, but the wide open spaces around here, coupled with the fact that every enemy is a sorcerer, makes me real antsy. There we go. Just like with the other DLC, individual soldiers aren't a huge threat, but they like to send them at us in waves here. Blue burrs, are those... Nope, hidden path, then treasure, liar ahead, I'm guessing. Yep. We're gonna rate that up, right? No way we can... Yeah. Now what do the blue burrs do again? Oh, boost magic defense. Nice. We are going to need it here. Maybe there's another wall somewhere around here? Nope. How many of them are going to be up here? Ow. Ooh, good. They gave just about every enemy, like, a quick step dodge, didn't they? Like, non-human enemies as well. Ow. Oh, nice! We did get the sword, and it's a rapier. A special ice rapier. Right on. Oh, there's several of you in there. Damn, that just might be worth building up if its stats are really good. We'll check in a minute. First things first, we've got to get through a very tightly packed area. Full of bizarre ice knights. Man, you were so making me wish I would have gone for a pyromancy build right now. Don't you know that would just tear through these guys? So their swords are like thrusting swords, but they're not really using them as such. They're like swinging at us with the, like, frozen barbs on the side. Which cannot be the most efficient way to use that weapon. And almost certainly is not the way we will end up using that weapon. Sure would be nice to get some ice-themed spells around here, but that's probably asking a bit much. Oh no. Oh, there's more of you out there. Good thing is, they're coming to us. They actually have surprisingly fast recovery from attacks, don't they? Like, I want to say the recovery time is much faster than the Sanctum soldiers or the Fume footmen. Is this what I think it is? Well, not a bonfire yet. I want to say I remember this area not being exactly massive, but what on earth are you guys doing? They do have weapons, like little shivs fashioned from ice. Oh god, what are you? Oh! Iceman, quite literally. So I have a feeling we're going to need a torch to thaw these out. But that it'll be well worth it, right? And what's down here? Just a shortcut, maybe? Well, alright. Let's get ourselves a flame. Man, we're gonna be needing a bonfire. Oh! Oh, we can't use a torch out here because the blizzard immediately extinguishes it. I see. Right, we've got to stop that blizzard first. And I'm sure if we just progress through the area far enough, we will find a way to do just that. I want to say I recall this area, the whole city, I mean, actually becoming way more dangerous once we thaw it out. Like, there's a reason everything's frozen. So many different ways to go. Bridge is out. Damn it. Well, clearly that's an important place, that tower. We want to find our way over there somehow. Not really sure how I'm feeling about the shield. Does it... Is that extra 5% defense and stability really worth it in this area, or... should we go for our old standard? Oh, this has better magic defense. Yeah, screw it. Never mind. Hard to believe that in just a couple weeks plus we've managed to work our way through all of the main content this game has to offer. Also, as we can see, like, even discounting the DLC, I would argue it's a pretty respectably larger game than Dark Souls 1 was. Was it more linear? Yeah, but in my mind, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, why can nothing stagger you? Oh, Rat King ring, that might explain it. Do you guys serve any purpose right now? I mean, they're all here. They're arranged like enemies in a standard encounter would be, so they've got to go hostile once we clear the blizzard, is my thinking. Well, there's a bonfire. Try jumping. Depending on... Oh, what are you doing here? Depending on where that leads, I may or may not want to do that. This may be the multiplayer dungeon, and if it is, oh, we are staying far away for now, folks. This area's this DLC's multiplayer dungeon is typically considered, I believe, the worst out of the three, as in, like, legitimately poorly designed, not just really hard. Oh, this place is so labyrinthine in its layout. Oh, hello, Iceman. Oh, we actually can backstab you. I did not know that. Good old stone ring coming in handy. What on earth is this? The old bell helm. What on earth is that? Well, let's have a look. Oh, cool. Helm forged from an ancient bell. Appears to be a mere curiosity, but is in fact quite practical. The top of the helm provides significant defense, so defense specifically against, like, plunging attacks, maybe? Let's check that. Oh, man, if it wasn't inferior in many regards to the Drakeblood helm, I would totally wear this. This is right at that intersection of, like, pretty awesome-looking design and really, really silly design that, like, really calls to me. But not now. Not now. Oh, here's an area we will actually need some fire to illuminate. And an ancient stone door. That bodes well. Always good things behind those in Dark Souls games. So again, I like the way this game handles its throwbacks to the first game. Like here, we have the last vestiges of the Witch of Chaos's terrible experiments with a false flame, literally having to be frozen over by an order of benevolent crusaders, along with an entire geographical region, in order to keep them from troubling, like, the rest of Drangleic again. That is good design. We talked about it briefly yesterday, but Dark Souls 3 also revisits the Witch of Izalith and her storyline, but it does so in a really bad way. Well, I shouldn't say a bad way, a way that looks really awful after this. So the Icicle Knights with the Stone Ring actually aren't quite as dangerous to us as the regular Ice Soldiers are. I will say, so far this DLC is my favorite set of enemies out of all three. So the regular soldiers actually have more poise, I believe, than do the Icicle Knights. Or just about as much, anyway. I don't trust you. Oh, this is that area we already fought through earlier, right? Like just a shortcut back, I guess. Some Lloyd's talismans, I guess, in case we get invaded. Those could be useful. Yeah, your enemies. Just not yet, I suppose. They're guarding some kind of treasure up there, which maybe we can only access once we melt the snow? Or stop the blizzard or something? Oh, you're new. That looks like a really proper knight. Whoa. Okay, so again, I love the visual design of the enemies here. It's incredible. Can I get your armor, please? Nothing here. Maybe we can walk our way around here? Yeah. This'll bring us up, yep. To the two hollows and the hex they were guarding, Dark Dance. Again, we'll have to check that out with some other stuff. Once we make a little bit more progress. I know there's lots of stuff I've been wanting to look at and just haven't had a good opportunity to yet. Doesn't open from this side, so that's going to be a shortcut. Looks like we're about to get into the castle proper, though. Life gems, okay. So we've got another one of the really big knights. Oh, and since we're outside the walls, we're outside the range of the blizzard as well. I guess opens from the other side. Or no, just locked. Okay, so what we're gonna want to do, probably in the short term, I'll wear the Jester's hat so we can at least gain a couple more pieces of gear. Because, again, if I can get anything from the enemies here, I would love to. Oh, hello, you. You're the one sniping at us as we opened the gate, right? Oh, plenty of treasure in here. Like a lot of it. A frozen mimic. Yeah, there's no way we can thaw all of this with a torch, I don't think. But we can try, maybe? Like, just see if it has any effect? We got 15 flame butterflies, so... Any effect at all? No. No dice. We're gonna have to thaw it later. Well, let's just remember that it's there. Oh, hello again. Now, I think this entire DLC did actually influence the introduction of a special, like, new mechanic for Dark Souls 3. So again, one of a handful of things that the third game took inspired by or straight wholesale from this game. This entire, like, concept of and special gear relating to the cold. Oh! Oh, more of those phantoms. Like the one from the Shaded Woods. Oh no. That's really bad. There you are. So he was invisible in much the same way that the boss here is by default. Sir, there's gotta be more, right? There's no way it's that easy. Now, since they have a faint blue glow to them, we should definitely be able to see them without the snowstorm. Hello. What? Really? Are they back at their post, or...? Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. That one was nowhere near as durable as the first, nor did he have a giant greatsword, which kind of helped. Oh, we are gonna have to turn the heat on around here fast. It's getting more and more dangerous, specifically because of the blizzard the deeper in we go. And we ain't half done, I don't think. We got the retainer's robe. Hold on just a minute, folks. Want to see... Okay. One of the ice soldiers. You know, it's nice to see that katana, or this katana, has more or less carried us through the entire back half of the game. Is this going to be the lift full of caskets? Yes, it is. So can I break all these, or... No, it looks like it just opened up a pathway for us down below then. It did look like it was in the middle of a hallway or something. Oh, don't you know these guys would hurt like hell if they hit home. Oh, Rampart Golem Gauntlets. Nice, we did get part of their armor. Which infers we can get the whole set. Nothing from these guys aside from the weapon, though. Oh no, oh no. That was a drop. I didn't want there to be a drop. I wanted to explore the rest of the ramparts, damn it.
Turn away and never look back. No one must ever find that which is sheltered in the Eleum Loyce.
This ain't where Aava is it? Nope. We're good. There's a tower with some warmth. Well, there went the warmth. And we got the Eye of the Priestess. And it does appear to be just that. Eye of the First Priestess who watched over Eleum Loyce allows one to see the unseen. All the great priestesses replaced one of their birth eyes with this, returning it after their term was complete. Ugh. So this will allow us to see the boss and actually fight it. Normally. Well, I say normally, the boss fight's going to be hell. What on earth are you? An elite knight? From, like, the first game? Huh. Oh, I definitely don't remember this. What on earth is he fighting with? Like a Drake Keeper hammer? Huh. Strange. Skulls, spice. Good enough. Through the fog, don't worry. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want to see. Now we find some of the retainers who will actually fight us. They are, of course, mages. Or these are. I think the other model does have, like, a dagger or something. Now, I think maybe since we got the Eye of the Priestess, I'm thinking it's after we kill Aava, the blizzard will abate, or we can meet someone who will disrupt it for us. So we don't actually have to be here quite yet, and probably shouldn't be, honestly. Screw it, I want them souls. We'll go as far as we feel we can safely, and then turn back, level up a couple times, hopefully, and dive on into the boss fight. Alright, nothing else here so far? Dark spirit ahead, we're gonna get invaded? Oh, that's not great. No better place for it, I guess. Dried root, yeah. Holy Knight Arheim. Are they just going to be waiting for us, or...? Probably so. Oh, we're dead. Yep. Too greedy. Whatever. We can get those souls back pretty easily, though. And we're gonna need it, because as much as I've been knocking adaptability, a couple more iframes on our rolls could actually be a massive boon when it comes time to fight Aava, which should be soon. I just remember Aava being a very unpleasant fight for me, and also having just a mountain of health for what it is. Aava's also a great example of why I tend to prefer humanoid bosses to, like, sort of more bestial ones in games like this, as it's not very interesting. Oh god, no. So the Icicle Knights with the spears actually can be pretty tough, especially in quarters like this. Retainers still aren't much to write home about, though, even though they started fighting back. Oh, he didn't move from his post. Strange. I would actually expect these guys to favor, or their AI to favor melee attacks if they were viable, because good as they are for keeping you on your toes, their icicle attacks aren't that powerful. Oh, crap. We can't use the bonfire now, thanks to the knight. Unless we go back, and they just, like, despawn. How many souls do we have, by the way? Like, consumable souls? And we just got the one, might as well use it here. Nah. Probably easier to just do it the direct way. And get us some more souls from Arheim, hopefully. I'm like racking my brain, but I can't remember anything concrete about invaders here. Come on. Come on down. Alright, we got one more. I hope it's just one for the time being, anyway. Uh-oh. No! Oof. That could have gone real bad. Again, we've got the ragdoll glitch active here for some reason. Guess the bottom and top of the tower are like two different zones in the game's coding. Pretty sure the retainers might be able to drop that special, like, ice staff for us, which would be a nice little souvenir to have. Carry on over into New Game Plus or something. I'm just begging for something to replace this really, really ugly bone staff. Oh! Thank you, random message. Clever, clever. The knight actually disguised themselves using a silver talisman. Thanks to that stone ring, though, our weapon knocks them off their feet just as easily as theirs does us. Goodbye. Goodbye. Surprise attack aside, ingeniously planned with the chest, that was not too bad. Not as bad as his guards, actually. And a bunch of the talismans that he used to disguise himself. Worthwhile reward, I think. Oh, and this is going to drop us off right back outside Aava's boss room. Nice. So, let me make sure we didn't miss anything back in here. This is what I meant when I said much of the DLC is going to be going back through the same area again. We're going to have to melt all of this, then come right back on through to access new areas like, say, that. Another ice rapier. Which, while we're here, why don't we take a look at that and see how it actually performs. Should be done with our thrusting swords. Yeah, here we go. Not bad, actually. Only a B in dex scaling, but rapier wielded by sorcerers of Eleum Loyce, imbued with a magic that is released with a strong attack. A great protective wall was erected to protect Eleum Loyce from the encroaching chaos, and these sorcerers were among its defenders, so the entire order of knights here, or most of them that we've been fighting, are actually like spell swords, which is very interesting. We haven't seen many of those in Dark Souls. Except, of course, for the ones we create. And its attack ain't half bad. If we can upgrade this, this might actually be a better weapon than our Black Steel Katana. Much faster, too. So let's fall back to Majula to level up and or upgrade this sword if it looks viable. And then let's get ready to fight one of the bosses that really drove me out of my mind. We may only be able to get like one level out of this, but I'll take anything right now. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, and we might want to level up our Drake Blood armor while we're at it. And yeah, this uses some of that Twinkling Titanite, but yeah, why not? Up to +5, which is the max for it. That'll do. And now our armor. Drake Blood. Got so many armor sets, and we've still not even gotten, I would say, a majority of them. We've made all of our armor slightly better. And this thing, still only a B, but, deals bleeding damage. Mild amount of bleeding damage. And, let's see, about 157, or sorry, 357 versus 323. With a not insignificant bleeding modifier. We might actually keep this, gang. It doesn't have, a real strong attack, unfortunately. But, why don't we see if, because I'm incorrigible, we can't try it out with, some folks in the Rat King Covenant. In part because before I fight this boss that, if you couldn't tell, gave me hell when I was younger, I would like slightly stronger armor, like to see if we can't reinforce our armor just a little bit more. And failing that, hell, I'm not above trying to invade using those orbs we found. Whoops, wrong way. How's its durability, by the way? Because that was our issue with the other thrusting sword we had. Compared to the Black Steel, it is about the same, actually. No takers, huh? It's a shame. Well, let's see about invasions then. Those are always fun. Any suggestions as to where we should invade based on what we've seen so far? I mean, I'm always on the lookout for unequal matchups, so, maybe we could do something of a world tour. Starting with, hey, Shrine of Amana, that's always a fun one. Alright, we've got to nullify the human effigies effect first. And now we can have some fun. Hopefully. Oh, unable to find a world, really? Yeah, no dice here. Shame. Well, how about, the Undead Crypt? Folks can have fun there with those, Lady and Pyromancer ghosts backing you up. Ah, but we've got that human effigy effect active, of course. I do appreciate that, of course, but, man, just nobody in our range? Oh, guess not. Alright, alright. Enough putting it off. Time to fight Aava, the king's pet. And, actually a really challenging boss, if my memory is anything to go by. It's very fast. It's very fast, it hits like a truck, it's got tons of health. Again, all by my recollection. Any or all of this could be inaccurate to our experience today, but just saying that my memories suggest that this is not going to be the most fun we have in this DLC trilogy. Now, apparently, I have killed Aava before, but I have not fought the final boss of this. We can summon the Fist Fighter here, I think. I have not fought the final boss of this DLC before. I've never actually technically completed. I think I just got bored, or this was in the original build of Dark Souls, and I was waiting, or Dark Souls 2, and I was waiting for Scholar to come out, but we'll see. Let's do this. So nice, big, open bridge. Kind of reminiscent of the Taurus Demon, and there it is. It is a giant ice elemental Sabretooth tiger thing. Ugh, you. And I believe it knows sorcery, too. Now, we can bleed it using our rapier. That is thankfully an option. Yep, there's one of the sorceries. Ow. Yeah, dodging that attack is a real pain in the ass. Ugh. And it will chain it. If I recall, as you go on in the fight, it will do that over and over and over again. I'm tempted to say that's a little cheap, too, having an attack that will go through your guard, covers a massive amount of the, like, arena, or a massive area of the arena, and drains, like, half your health and then allowing the boss to perform it multiple times consecutively, with, like, no reprieve. That's a little jank, in my mind. But, okay, fine. We're fighting a giant, like, ice elemental tiger. Maybe she's not gonna be that fond of fire. And, oddly enough, we can coat our ice rapier in fire, no harm done. And hold on, before we fight her, since I'm actually going to be two-handing almost the entire time here, let's equip that Blossom Kite shield that gives me increased stamina regen. Yep, here comes the AoEs. This is basically Sif on crack. In a way that, say, the Royal Rat Authority wasn't. Because, for instance, the Authority, without its help, wasn't really much of a threat all on it. Damn it! This is why I hate this fight. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. It deals a ton of damage, and even unlike Sur Alon, where you can kind of learn certain dodges, all of its attacks, because it's a great big quadrupedal beast, take the form of massive, like, cone cleaves. So you've either got to run circles around the damn thing somehow, or perfect iframe dodges that are gonna be really, really demanding. Oh, and just because I won't be showing them off in this playthrough, the multiplayer dungeon boss for this DLC is 2 of it at once. And, like, I think they deal dark damage, but... yeah. This, but 2. It actually doesn't have as much health as I remember it having. It doesn't appear anyway. Which, I mean, that's fine, but... do we have all the rings we want? Yeah. Okay, so we can dodge that. The timing is just really exact. And unlike some of the other quadrupedal bosses we've fought, she's not quite big enough, like, say, Sin, to give us an effective, like, safe zone directly underneath her. Ow. Yep, she knows, like, a homing ice spear sorcery. I'm getting better at the fight. The problem is you effectively have to kill her without healing. Or with very, very little healing, and I'm sorry I'm getting frustrated, but just this isn't, this doesn't incentivize learning in the same way that I guess a duel with very clearly telegraphed attacks would. It's just one relentless assault. Now, fortunately, from what I'm aware of, the final boss of the DLC, and therefore the last real challenge we have to face here, is Glencore. Tell you what, if we can't get her in a couple more tries, having, like, a distraction might actually not be such a bad idea. But, the final boss of this, as long as you prepare and actually deal with its gimmick properly, is just a straight-up duel. And she's so fast, for instance, I think the Ice Rapier was the good call to make here, as there is very, very little chance that we actually would have been able to land a lot of hits comfortably with our katana. Uh-oh. Oh, she's got an AoE too. Of course she does. Oh, right in the tail. Okay, so we can learn a dodge there, it's just really hard. Speaking of... No, 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 no! Oh, here it comes. She will chain you with that. That one's not too hard to dodge as it is. Oh, we bled her. Oh, no, you don't. We can dodge him at a range. Okay, that's the AoE. So her telegraphs are strange, but apparently they are there. Come on. Oh, thank you God. Oh, we got her. Okay. Okay, so hard, maybe a little unfairly, like, aggressive, but we did get her. And we got her soul. Soul of Aava, who served the Ivory King. Each of the Ivory King's 7 beasts was conferred a specific duty. Aava's was the guardianship of the king's beloved Child of Dark. So yes, this DLC as well has a Child of Manus, but a very different one. We'll see a bit more once we actually get into the cathedral. And meet the Child of Dark in question. Love the architecture here. Yeah, here we go. This is more like it. Welcome to the Grand Cathedral. Does it act as a discrete zone? Yes, it does. So there's 2 more bonfires out in the city, and we have found the only real bonfire here. Chest that's frozen, but not for long. I think we can dispel the blizzard right in here. Look at this gorgeous audience chamber, and again, what really clearly seem to be the remains or something imitating the Bed of Chaos. The Child of Dark in question, Alsana, is right up there. And believe it or not, she's our ally here, proving that not all, or indeed most things aligned with the Abyss or the Darkness are naturally evil. She wants to help us, and help the Ivory King.
To think Aava could be bested. Who are you? This land is barren. Cursed by the old chaos. It gave birth to atrocities, and the people fled in fear. Until our Lord, the Ivory King, came. My dear Lord, a most true king. It was with his magnificent soul that he built Eleum Loyce, and contained the spread of chaos. But the chaos would not be sated, and the king gave his own soul. Inevitably, the king was drained of vigor and plunged into the chaos's heart. Eleum Loyce was frozen in time, its leader lost. I remain here to contain the chaos, honoring my lord's wishes. Perhaps one day he will return. There is nothing here save that accursed flame. I have but one wish. That my dear lord might be freed from that unspeakable chaos. I haven't the strength to help him myself. But perhaps one such as you. Though I am yet to know your name, stranger, will you lend me your strength?
Of course.
Kind visitor, I thank you. Let me open the path to chaos. And please, do all you can.
Right, so with that, Alsana has opened... Yeah, Alsana's seal is undone, and the winds of Eleum Loyce are ceased. So, we can't quite get to her yet, but she did open the path for us. Yeah, here we go.
Faithful knights followed their lord into the chaos. But not one of them returned. The king's dutiful subjects waited patiently for his homecoming. But it was too long a wait to bear. The knights of Eleum Loyce await a new leader. One who will guide them into chaos.
Right, so that gave us all the information we need to properly fight the final boss here. The idea is a number of the Knights of Eleum Loyce were tainted by the Chaos Flame, and yeah, we can access the boss battle right down there. No problem. We can dive right on in if we so choose. The final boss, bam, right off the bat. But there's a number of these knights here, standing patiently by these thrones, or they should be anyway, that we will want with us to attack or fend off the tainted, chaos-driven knights that Alsana mentioned to us. So for every one of the knights present in the boss fight, like backing up the final boss, there is, I believe, a knight of Eleum Loyce that we can find somewhere out in the city that we'll need to rescue and recruit in order to distract their dark, chaos-tainted equivalent in the boss fight. So what we want to do is head back out into the city now that it's thawed out just a bit, recruit all of the other knights, I think there's 4 left for us to find, and then tackle the final boss.
Many of Eleum, but not...
Okay, so she doesn't have anything more for us yet. I think she'll have more after the final boss fight, where we can actually approach her, like, physically. And as you can see, a lot of that ice is now melted. Perfect. We got the Vessel's Shield, which is... oh, lord, look at this thing. Shield depicting a priestess of Eleum Loyce. Emanates a certain heat that heightens the abilities of its wearer. The priestesses who devoted themselves to appeasing the ancient flame are no longer. God, look at that. Oh, that is awesome. Its defenses aren't great, however, so we're going to have to stick to the old faithful for now, unfortunately. And now that we convinced Alsana to cooperate with us, the blizzard has ceased. This actually, as I said, I do believe makes the city more dangerous on the whole, but it will also give us access to plenty of cool additional treasures. And we can actually, appreciate the wonderful environmental design here. So let's run it one more time. I have a feeling their armor, if we can get any of it, would actually be really good. I mean, something that's frozen solid, right? Maybe brittle, or like low durability, but have great defenses. Oh yeah, yeah, this rapier's where it's at. Finishing this one the same way we finished the first game, with a really obnoxiously fast thrusting sword. Oh, here's the chest that was blocked off by that elevator full of caskets. What's in here? Soul Flash, is that... We picked up a couple sorceries, didn't we? Yeah, Soul Flash, one of the ancient sorceries that were lost when Eleum Loyce froze over. Rapidly fire a barrage of small souls, intended to protect its caster more than damage enemies, so like something that'll stun enemies briefly, I suppose. And then we got the Dance of Fire. No, we got that from the other DLC, my bad. Dark Dance is the one we got here. Hex that converts souls into a large mass of dark. This momentous mass of dark dances to signal the joy of its own release, or perhaps merely to taunt foes as it veers towards them. Hexes are an expression of human depravity, of which this dance is a perfect example. Cheery. We've also got access to an elevator. Listen to me, a ladder. Along with the North Warder armor. Is this the armor of... It is not. This is some kind of mage armor. Ferosan Sage's kit. Huh. Next time we visit a bonfire, we'll have to check some of this loot out. Now I think we can get most of the really good items this DLC has to offer. Sealed in all of those frozen iron chests, of course. They're still not hostile, or maybe they would turn hostile once we pass them or something? Oh, here we go. Yeah, not as much damage per blow, clearly. But less stamina consumption for the rapier, and it's much, much faster than the katana. What are all these retainers doing out here? Oh, we melted this passage, though, with some balm. The retainer's staff. Guess they don't drop it. That's a nice gift. But now this area is wide open. Yikes. They do enjoy attacking in pairs if they go into melee range, I've noticed. I don't know if that's like a priority for their programming or what. Maybe not. Thankfully you can hear those icicle spears coming a mile off thanks to the whistle. Or shrieking sound, I guess? Oh, here come the retainers. Amber herb. Alright. I mean, we'll take it. Now, what do these thawed-out corpses have to give us? Repair powder. Might come in handy given our relatively flimsy weapon. Nothing else here? Was that it? Well, alright. We've got that building with, I believe, a... well, no, not a bonfire, but plenty of, loot in frozen chests on the roof right over here. As well as this guy who was maybe thawed out. Right? No, he was here to begin with. My bad. Love the detail of our armor being, like, coated in frost. Another sword, or... oh, life gem. Okay. We'll take it. Hopefully we won't need it, but we will take it. Not even giving that one a chance. Ow. Doesn't look like they have additional armor or like damage resistance associated to the surface coated in icicles, so that is a small plus. Nice and easy. Weapon durability is going to be our biggest challenge here. Oh, and the retainers, of course. If and when they go hostile. What are the circumstances for that? I've got no idea. One of the Icicle Knights, right? Ow. Oh, I really dig these guys. Not gonna be quite so easy to stagger them without, without the katana, but the increased attack speed here is a worthwhile trade-off, I think. I want to say all of the knights we're going to need are going to be deeper in the castle, past like that massive wall of ice we saw not long before we looped back around to Aava's boss room. But we shall see. So what do we have here? Blessings, okay. A soul vessel, alright. And a sorcerer's twin blade. Oh, that sounds interesting. Twin blade that doubles as a catalyst, that sounds like it would be for very special builds, but kind of useful, maybe. Nice try? I don't really know what to do with that. Spear-wielding ones are actually really nasty. Just because of their damage output, damn. There we go. We can handle him now. And down he goes. Got this one and a dog. Oh, dog dropped a human effigy. Handy. We have to remember to actually get all the treasure on the ramparts before dropping down that broken staircase this time. Though now there'll probably be extra stuff for us to get. Ah, that's our change. What do you want to bet their damage output is actually really respectable despite their appearance? Torch, thank you. This was the same path riddled with those Icicle Knights we went down earlier, right? I don't think there's anything new for us over there. I mean, we should take a look, of course, in case we missed somehow, like, one of the knights or something, but... Oh, no, no, no. Oh! Man, are you kidding me? Just before a bonfire. And we kill each other. Oh, man. Hey, Val, good to see you, man. Says that's a lot of greed. Well... it was inches away from, like, a bonfire I've already accessed, but of course, one we can't actually access that area from, so... I mean, I'm pretty sure we're almost done here. We've got to find the knights, and then it's on to, onto the final boss of the DLC, and then just clean up back in Drangleic. So if it's anything like the other DLCs, I would estimate, we've got maybe 2 hours left total, like across this and then the main game. Now, trying to actually do like a Souls run, or a Bloodstain run through this is going to be really tricky, given the layout of the city, but I think it's doable. We will want to chop down these guys until we get to our first open area. Just makes sense. Ugh. Wonder if you can get their spear. We were able to get the rapier, several of it, clearly, as evidenced by our current use of it. But that looks like it'd be a pretty handy weapon, too. Oh, they are coded to, like, exploit the hell out of any vulnerabilities in, like, animation or things like that. In a way that a lot of base game enemies I don't think were. Like, and that's not just true for these guys, it also holds true for the Sanctum and Fume soldiers. Right then. Once we're on the other side of this bridge, it will be time to run like hell. Jeez, you're fast. There we go. No, I made lots of jokes at adaptability's expense, but I think it may have actually saved our hide several times over now. Should it have been a separate stat? Oh, absolutely not, but handy nonetheless. Of course. Oh right, doors. Thus I should have paired it in with endurance. Oh, I did. We've got a pretty decent endurance stat, I want to say. So we are going to have to fight through at least a few of these guys. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. We're going for damage and... Oh, Val says, oh no, I'm sorry, they should have paired it in endurance when they coded this game. Oh, agreed, definitely. They also probably shouldn't have separated governance of stamina and equip load into two separate stats. That felt really unnecessary to me, and like to what few viewers we've had throughout this series. Adjustments to stats generally were not needed for this game, but most of the other major mechanical changes they made between Dark Souls 1 and 2, I really, really support. Yeah, I'll trade with this guy, I don't care. We're a stone's throw away from our souls. And a couple of solid level ups, and then once we use those souls, we can carry on to recruit the Loyce Knights. It's always the halberdiers, every time. Also, to be fair, it wasn't simply equip load, it was overall defense, wasn't it? Some types of defense, like, I think not just status effects, but one or two types of elemental defense may be linked to adaptability for whatever reason. And yeah, like, equip load and defense and then stamina are separate stats, which is, again, very strange to me. Maybe instead of like removing defense and all of that into a separate stat, you could have made a solid case for associating it with health and vigor instead of stamina, which would be fine. But yeah, just a really weird call, I think. And it's one of the few changes made to the game that actually make it, because so many wonderful mechanical changes were made, I think, to make this game way more welcoming to newcomers that weren't really intimately familiar with the mechanics than Dark Souls 1 did. But that's one of a few relatively counterintuitive changes that were made, I think. Like, there's so many stats, and several of them are so specialized, you have to really know your way around the mechanics to build a viable character. But to be fair, they do give you then the excellent Soul Vessel respec mechanic that allows you to experiment with character builds later on down the road once you learn a bit more. So, I don't know, that's a decent, like, way of making up for it, I suppose. And the respec system was so well received, it was one of very few things that actually survived the Great Purge into Dark Souls 3. Val says, Vigor and Endurance were different in that Endurance just gave more stamina, but Vigor gave overall defense and equip load, right? I think so? Back in Souls 1, it was just Endurance for equip load and stamina. Yeah. That sounds right. I know the comment about Souls 1 is accurate. Now, two-handing our katana with the stone ring, we should be able to stunlock these guys really easily. Yep. They're basically just better crystal and cooler-looking crystal soldiers from the Duke's Archives, so... Again, kudos Dark Souls 2 team. That's a bit more like it now, isn't it? Since we have all of the major treasure we can get here, I think it's time to pop back on over to Majula and get more points. Honestly, probably an adaptability. As much as I've been knocking it, it's all we've been dumping points into through this DLC trilogy, just for those iframes. I mean, I know for a fact the final boss here, the only boss, aside from Dark Lurker, Ancient Dragon, and the new final boss added to the main storyline specifically for Scholar I've never fought before, is a duel. So we want really effective rolls if we can get them. Oh, but wait. Before we do that, no, let's improve our Drakeblood armor a bit further. This is probably the best suit in the entire game for what we're going for. That'll do. Val says, so what they seemed to do was take the criticism of the god-awful resistance stat, oh yeah, that was a thing in the first game, and bumped it into the same stat with equip load. Seems like they just made a pure defense stat. Yeah, I can see where that would be viable, but like, hold on, if we go into the level up menu, so we can actually see all these stats and what they do. Yeah, so you've got vitality that increases your equip load, and specifically poison resistance, along with like piteous amounts of health. Endurance, which is supposed to affect poise but kind of doesn't, and just governs stamina and like health. Vigor, which is like just a pure health stat for all intents and purposes. And then adaptability is like all of these weird auxiliary things. And yeah, this sounds... It sounds like... Well, no, hold on. Our basic physical defense is associated with, what in the blue hell is it associated with? Well, there's a few stats that look like they can affect it, but for all intents and purposes, it seems to be tied almost exclusively to your armor set, right now, anyway. Like whatever significant gains we can get from all these stats I already have. Yeah, this is super weird. Val says you might have reached the soft cap of 20 for endurance. It's supposed to raise a median of all your defense. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That is... It is so weird. It seems to me, honestly, like you could have dealt with adaptability by assigning the agility and poise modifiers to something like either endurance or vitality. I would have gone with vitality just to make it a more viable stat overall, and then locked all of these... like stat effect resistances strictly to arms and armor and things of that nature. Like, just have those be modified purely by what you've got equipped. Since you're not going to be constantly on the lookout for, say, a stat that's going to raise your very specifically petrification resistance. There's certain areas in the game where petrification is a serious threat, so just being able to swap over to an armor set that helps boost that temporarily sounds like a preferable option next to having to invest very valuable level up points into a stat that does nothing but raise those defenses and give you slightly faster reaction time, which is really what we're going for here. So in fact, since that only gives us 1 point of agility, let's take some additional dex, why not? Val says every skill is supposed to give you physical defense, but since you've reached over 20 in nearly every skill, it's capped out with diminishing returns. I got you. I thought for a lot of stats the soft cap was 30, but that must be for other like more skill relevant bonuses. You're talking specifically about defense. So I didn't know that. That's good to know. Well, with that done, we can actually head on back to Eleum Loyce and see if we can't track down those knights, who I'm certain are in the castle, but also, for our trouble, we can snag some swag. Val says my memory's a little fuzzy on the subject. That is perfectly fine, seeing as how my memory on the subject is effectively non-existent. I read up on a bunch of mechanics for, like, Dark Souls 2 and the lot back when it first came out, and could have told you all of this probably off the top of my head for about a week after I read it, but seeing as how this is years after the fact, I'm gonna be useless in this regard. Hello, retainers. I still really don't get why you guys are supposed to be an additional threat here. Now, if you all had staves, that could be a problem, but right now I just really appreciate the effort, I guess. Val asks, hey Brady, you know what you should do? No, what should I do? I mean, the world is effectively our oyster at this point. Get another black steel katana and power stance it? So interesting. I have a few katanas. I'll open my inventory in a minute and show you. I see the retainer, don't worry, they won't be able to get to us by the time we've taken out the real threat here. And I saw the Icicle Knight. So does the frost actually impede our, like, reaction time or something? I have no idea. And I actually showed off power stancing at the very beginning of this stream, but as it happens, we don't quite have the strength to power stance them. That, and as I explained, and I know this is a very unpopular opinion for some, I think power stancing is a super cool addition to the mechanical, or the base mechanics of Dark Souls, but I myself am not a huge fan of using it. It's great for some people, but I feel like a lot of those animations leave you open way longer than I would be comfortable for. Oh, it's the Rampart Golems again. I love these guys! Val says I don't think cold was an actual ailment until Soul 3. It wasn't. I was just curious that since it seemed like the frost was coating our character from the bottom up and slowly dissipating from the top down, much in the same way as the toxic sludge in Harvest Valley, if there was some kind of, like, hidden status ailment, not even status ailment, but just, like, some kind of effect associated with it. Simply a visibility thing, I guess. I gotcha. Give us your worst. Yep, the hollows are gonna try defending it, but even though their damage output's decent, I guess, they don't really have the HP to be a persistent threat. How on earth is a golem able to heal itself with Estus? That's interesting. I guess if there's some organic matter in there somewhere, it could. Still don't have the key for this room yet, but we'll get it. We will. Gotta remember, too, there's that little treasury with the mimic that was frozen solid we saw earlier. Elsesme thinks it's an undead in a frozen suit of armor. Hold on, we do have a part of its armor that we can check for some lore, which I will gladly do in just a moment. It's called a golem, so I've got no idea. Oh, right, one of the real MVPs of this area is in the building. Thanks. That one's a mimic, never forget. Rampart Golem Gauntlets. Gauntlets of the Rampart Golems granted life by the Ivory King. The Golems were charged with the containment of the creatures of chaos within the boundaries of the wall. When the doors of Eleum Loyce were flung open, the place remained turned frigid and lifeless, but the Golems remained dutifully on guard. Val says Golem in this case could just refer to a large humanoid. they sound artificial, but, like, maybe in the same way that the giants are implied to be, as in, like, there's enough life contained within them for Estus to afflict. Or it's just a freaking plot point. Yeah. Let's not get eaten by this one. Let's instead... The Katarina armor. It's the second piece of that we found, isn't it? Val says, well, maybe they just forgot and gave them a heal. That's what I'm thinking actually happened there, or something may have been mistranslated. But, well, hold on. Is it possible for other, like, purely artificial, or incorporeal creatures like the Eleum Knights or the... I know the Ironclad Knights can't heal, but maybe the Eleum Knights can? And they're incorporeal. Alright, what do we have here? Titanite Slab, very helpful. Life Gems, we'll take it. Bonfire Ascetics, no thank you. And a couple Bright Bugs. Could be useful for the final boss. Really, the Onion Knight armor was the real prize there, I think. Now let's not forget, we've got those hostile, pseudo-visible phantoms out on the ramparts ahead, but with the blizzard cleared, it should be much easier to see them. I want your armor so badly. Best spell in the entire game, changed my mind. Val says, from the Lore Souls 1, it's strictly an undead favorite, purely because it's distilled fire from the bonfire. Right. So, yeah, it has to be, like, just an oversight on the design team's part. Or... did the phantoms vanish with the blizzard? I may not have a lockstone, do I? I have exactly one. Yay! Oh. Is there a friendly knight in here? Nope. But there is some loot. Durgo's hat. Okay, I've got to check this out. I presume it's going to be very, very light. Oh! Monocled hat favored by blue-eyed Durgo extends arrow range. The hero Durgo, an expert bowman, and his brother-in-law defended their homeland from aggressors. In spite of Lanfear's policy of isolationism, Durgo was well known even beyond its domain. Oh! That actually doesn't look half bad. It looks like a modified version of Ferris's hat, and or like the gear of a medieval Deadshot. I quite like that. Val says, I was about to say you're in the Rat King Harryata Lockstones. As it happens, not a lot of people that we can like summon in as contestants for the Rat King Covenant. I've been trying like every stream and just not getting a lot of takers, unfortunately. Oh, did I miss one here? It's Lucatiel's hat, but without the mask. Lucatiel's hat, tattered in a single, like, color, with only, like that weird little, very primitive rangefinder attached to it, I think. Yeah, that's about it. No, could have saw that coming. This is a new passage. Oh. Oh! Good news, they can never really sneak up on you. Bad news, there's a lot of them. Also, they took my favorite tactic away from me by giving these guys, like, icicle anti-backstab armor. Oh, upgraded, like, basic chime. That's pretty nice. I think the priest chime is the most basic, but could be useful either way. Ah, now you I know how to deal with. And I'm going to say either these guys do not drop an armor set, or we can find their armor set in a chest or something somewhere, if they do have one. Alright, now there's got to be a shortcut or something somewhere around here I can open up. This looks like a sniper's perch, so good thing I found you. That says I'm gonna say they don't drop a set. Ah, that's a shame. Really dig their design, though. Fortunately, these guys do. Hey, buddy. Ring of Resistance +1, is that just that ring we use to, like, effectively trivialize the Dark Lurker? Ring of Resistance, Ring of Resistance. Oh no! No, well, it boosts all of our status effect resistances, that's nice. I think you can get it through, like, a quest line or something like that. Val says, Ice Rampart Golem just minding its own business, and then Brady, hey there, cutie. Well, they're some of my favorite enemies in this DLC, or in the DLC trilogy, to be honest, so you're not half wrong. Oh! Oh, no. If these were Dark Souls 3 dogs, I would have been dead already. We've discussed this on stream before, but, like, the potency of the undead dogs only gets worse and worse as the trilogy goes on. Val says Souls 1 as well. They weren't quite as bad as Souls 3 dogs, I don't think. I would argue this game has more powerful dogs than the first game, and ditto with the third. 2 toned it down, but 3 brought it back in. Oh, maybe. Oh, there's so many of you. Why are there so many of you? There's got to be a knight somewhere around here, right? Shortcut, maybe. Oh, gorgeous looking little lift. Before we carry on, we probably want to ride this. It also says the ones at 2 hurt more, but the attack speed of 1 and 3 were complete trash. Their attack frames started as soon as their front paw left the ground. Right. So this is a shortcut, yay, but we've been invaded, boo. By a caster, apparently. Again, we're hitting the point of the DLC where I'm not terribly familiar with everything that's going on. In fact, I think we've passed the point I played to before. So we are in uncharted territory. Yay! Oh, jeez. And they had almost no delay in the first game. Also true in the third, yeah, definitely. Where on earth is our invader? Maybe she's back down? Like down at the base of the lift? I mean, I don't see anything up here. And this time it's because there's actually nothing here. It also says, minor spoiler alert, the final boss of this area is basically Artorias 2.0. Oh, no, I'm very familiar with the boss. I've seen the boss before. I've just never personally gotten there myself. Really looking forward to that one, especially since the first boss of this DLC, in my humble opinion, is kind of garbage. Like, oh, the second DLC contains some of my favorite bosses in the entire series, including my absolute favorite fight in the entire trilogy, the Fume Knight. So she's trying to get, like, Kaitis into fighting her with the Rampart Golem, but silly witch, I'm also a hexer. Let's just get rid of this guy and endure one of her blows we have to. Oh, no! That is new. Okay, I thought that was just a thrust. Okay, that is very bad. Fortunately, I know from first-hand experience, the range on Dark Orb, as awesome as its damage is for basic projectiles, isn't the best in the world. Valsa's Fume Knight also draws inspiration from Artorias. Yeah, he does, but thankfully it's nowhere near as overt as it is with a whole lot of stuff we're going to be seeing in the third game, where they really try to strike oil twice in that regard. Well, hello there. Oh, you're nowhere near as scary without your backup. Wrong way. I know only because I've made that same mistake many, many times before. Val also says, in reference to Aava, oh, look at me, I'm a dog. Yeah, we had a discussion earlier in the stream of how so many folks, I would say unfairly, chastised Dark Souls 2 for having too many, quote, dude-in-armor boss fights, i.e., you know, duels with humanoid opponents. But apparently it's totally fine for there to be, like, scores of near-identical flailing quadrupedal... Again? Really? They've never landed that attack on me before, and this one manages it twice. Nasty. Flailing quadrupedal beast boss fights. You know, of the sort that the first, and especially the third game, are so fond of. Here's one of the knights. Hello? So do we have to fight you, or just talk to you? Yeah. They look fairly similar to one of the Ruin Sentinels. Okay, good. A Knight of Eleum Loyce seeks the chaos. Well, it ain't too hard to find around here. We're gonna want to get over to that isolated tower somehow. Val says, nah, I'll just give you a thumbs up and peace out. Yeah, that's nice. I'm glad we don't have to fight them, and hopefully, if we get all the knights, we won't have to fight any of them at all. Oh wait, lift. Lift, then bonfire, then gathering the other three from the castle proper, hopefully. What a gorgeous area. I mean, they really outdid themselves with the visual design here. And honestly, it's a very solidly designed level. I like the idea of... Oh, right, we have to go the other way. Of, exploring an area in a number of different world states and only being able to access certain treasures and things like that after you've had the opportunity to locate them. So it's just a matter for kind of clueless players like me of finding or remembering where everything was. Though, from the castle proper onward, everything should be more or less brand new. We clear out a couple hallways loaded with the ice soldiers, and then we get to pass beyond that massive wall of ice that was impeding progression earlier in the DLC. That says, do you mind if I post a 20-ish minute long video in your Discord, kind of a Souls 2 parody you may have seen before? Oh no, please do, please do. Any content of more or less any kind within, like, the standard restrictions is available in our, or welcomed in our Discord. You know, as long as it's not hateful or incendiary or, like, excessively explicit, etc., etc. Which I'm certain it's not. Oh, you're one of the two of the golems from Vendrick's castle. So yeah, the Rampart golems are artificial, I believe. Well, let's turn them on. Let's not turn them on. These are hostile. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Okay, so... False Giant, what do you do? Probably cause a whole lot of pain. Ugh. Goddamn halberdiers. Every time. Well, I say halberdiers, they're actually just winged spears, I think. Gal says, yeah, those bastards steal souls of things you kill near them to awaken. Yeah, this, though, I kinda like the turnabout here. This is why the really weak retainers are here. And it's after we've been taught that, hey, waking these guys up is a good thing. They'll help you. Oh, that's really clever. I mean, it's pure evil, but it's clever. I doubt they drop anything worthwhile, so... You're hopefully outside of the range of the other one. Yep. Come on. Come on. There we go. Val says it's better to kite everything out of the room first. Oh, geez, apparently. Thankfully, just like the ones outside of Castle Drangleic, their range doesn't seem to be, like, exceptional. So this could be a lot worse. Upgrade items, nice. Less nice, Mimic. Mimic who's going to wake up the Golem upon defeat, but it's fine. Katarina gear? Oh no, the Mimic's helmet, the symbol of avarice, which was also present in the first game. And we're running, and we are running. Really? Well, come on down. I can see what the gimmick for the entirety of the castle segments is going to be. So the problem we're having, or I'm having, is, yes, you can stun these guys thanks to the stone ring with the katana, but it tends to knock them back so far that they're effectively out of range of your follow-up. It also says polearms to the friggin' rescue. Yeah, this looks like... Well, really anything with greater reach than a katana would be really handy here. Oh, really? Oh, you know I want it. Well, we can take one of them. Okay, so their actual moveset isn't that bad. They hurt like hell, but their moveset isn't that bad at all. But killing one is going to wake up the next. Yeah, I see. Oh, this is clever. It's like pure evil genius. But it's not unfair or anything. As I said, these DLCs were, I believe, tailor-made in part to answer the "it's not hard enough" crowd. And, well, they certainly did so in style. Ooh! It also has got to move at least one, just be careful where you kill the single golem. Yeah. I realized after the fact. And yet people say Souls 2 didn't have good puzzles or challenge. I know, right? Like, again, in my humble opinion, this game eclipsed Souls 1 in that regard, but I know for whatever reason it is an unpopular opinion. Also, and oh no, I'm up to date on chat. Never mind. Right, that's just the shortcut, and we got the curved Nil Greatsword. Oh, a great curved sword with an ominous blade, one of the forbidden weapons sealed away by the Ivory King, formed by rock, tree, and the remnants of a most peculiar soul. It said that the farther its wielder travels, the deadlier the blade becomes, so it might scale with the number of souls we have or something. Oh, oh, this is sick. And if I weren't in love with my lighter weapons, I just may be tempted to use it. But for now, this katana's gonna see us through. Nothing over here? Okay. And also, cleverly, you can't kite super effectively when everything has a very viable ranged attack. So, best option seems to be to just chop one of these suckers down, the ice soldier, and run. Not exactly like the giant, or the retainer poses much of a threat. Val says, see, my opinion on this is that both games are great, but in different ways. That is fair, and it echoes a lot of sentiment I've seen from others. Oh, so now, well, the retainer actually isn't chasing me, really. It's just getting pushed along. We'll go back for that other pathway in time, don't you worry. Is this a shortcut? 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 Yes. Yes, it is. Right outside of Alsana's Cathedral. So we can rest up at the bonfire here, which should reset the golem, hopefully. And, well, maybe. The ones in Drangleic Castle stayed activated, so I'm not sure. Don't really want to test that out right now. And we can carry on towards the other two? Should be two more knights, maybe? And the way this fight will work, as I said earlier, is each of the knights should distract a corrupted Eleum Knight. They won't be much help at all against the main boss, who will have to take. It also seems like every one of those black steel doors leads to a knight. Yeah, they serve as, well, shortcuts from a knight's resting place. Or no, you mean like the sort of grated doors, right. We need a key to at least one of them. Butterflies. Oh, thank you very much, messages. Oh. There we go. That's the way I like to deal with you. It also says both, in fact. Yeah, okay, so we need to find a key, probably somewhere down here. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they either don't drop a spear or very rarely do. Happen to contain a key? Oh no, just the basic fire clutch ring? Alright, that we'll add that to the set. We now have... Do we have a full set of clutch rings, or are we missing at least one? Yeah, we're missing the darkness clutch ring, I want to say, which may or may not have been a thing in Dark Souls 2. They may have added that for the third game. Ooh. As long as we can backstab these guys and then stun lock them, they're not that bad. Oh, helmet, there we go. Not here. Yeah. I'll check these messages to Lyre ahead, okay. Dead end ahead. Right, so we're going to want to go down here. Yes, we are. Twin-headed greatbow, that sounds interesting. But it doesn't sound like it's going to direct me towards the other knights. Well, where on earth could our key be? Another herb, thank you very much. We don't already have it, I don't think. No. We can head back to the cathedral and assess the situation. Alsana shouldn't have anything new for us yet until we can actually get to her, which is after the boss fight, again, I want to say. And yeah, looks like we're missing two. Two or one? One knight still absent, it looks like. So either we need a key or we need, oh, this knight's locked on the ramparts. Isn't it? That sounds right. Because at least, oh god. Where do we go from here? I may or may not look this up, if only because I really want to finish this playthrough on stream today with like a massive boss gauntlet. And I am so lost. There we are, one more, and down. Oh, we actually knocked him out of conjuring the massive ice club. Oh, what? What was that? I think the game detected it as launching that second attack earlier than it did? Or there was like something ever so slightly off with its hitbox, maybe? Weird. Okay. Let's just go get our souls real quick. Wonder if they ever drop their little shivs. Getting plenty of robes, just nothing else. We're also gonna need probably some way to get... Val says, if I recall, they don't drop either of their held weapons. Well, I know they don't drop the staff, because we found that on a corpse somewhere. But I do not know about the shiv. I would assume not, because it doesn't really look like a proper weapon. Which only makes me want it more, of course. Plenty of life gems around here. More than in the other DLCs, I think. Way more, actually. Gonna have to find a way to that, like, abandoned watchtower on the other side of the broken bridge at some point as well, I would imagine. You know, the one that's right over there. I would imagine, anyway. And we can't forget there are 2 bonfires I've not found yet, somehow. Yeah, this is our shortcut. Yeah, and the knight should be over there, but that door's locked somehow. Ooh, nice. I would imagine their armor's actually really good. We can see if we get a full set. Yeah, this one's locked somehow. But I know our knight's in there. Where on earth are we supposed to get the key, though? Or a knight's in there, I should say. That's just the treasury. Or armory, I guess. Oh, got their shield, which is basically just a frozen germ shield, it looks like. Oh right, we didn't explore absolutely everything over here the last time around. I don't think. We got very close, but didn't. Oh, didn't get this for starters. Mushrooms, okay. That could be handy. There's the lift full of caskets we brought up here first time through. Nope. Not this time. Oh, right. This is near that broken stairwell we fell down the first time, and totally forgot about the second time. This might be our answer, actually. Yep, there is the staircase. Not this time, thank you. Our answers may be in there. Yep. Yep, haven't been in here before. I would have remembered this. Not fondly, but I would have remembered it. Oh, I somehow killed one of them on the backswing, I think. That's nice. Human effigy. These dogs kind of seem to be drawn to them. Bell says I'm straight up having trouble keeping my eyes open. It's not you. I may grab a nap. Oh, no problem, man. Feel free to. Whatever you need to do. It's... Working in this kind of climate would be really draining, I imagine. Well, your voice is pretty calming. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. No, please, feel free to. Take care of yourself. Thanks for joining us as you could. I'm just going to try desperately to find my way around. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Here we go. This is it. Almost to the top of the sanctum. Are you the key I desperately need? Please say yes. Please say yes. Oh, splintering lightning spear. No, but, useful, nonetheless. So nothing else around here, right? Ah, damn. Now it says, it's been fun, just clawed my way up to 152% efficiency at work, so at least I'm getting paid very well. Well, congratulations, man. That is a great achievement, especially, again, amidst all this. Happy for you. You and, like, other, I'm sure, essential workers deserve, like, the very best treatment from employers and the world right now, and I really hate that in a lot of arenas you're not getting it. So, yeah, congratulations, and thanks for all that you've been doing in the midst of this pandemic. Oh, one of 3 technicians in at a time. Yeah, that would help. And again, can't tell you how much I appreciate it, and I wish you didn't have to do it. Well, honestly, you shouldn't have to do it in the middle of something like this. But again, all the praise in the world for doing so. Okay, we are actually to the point where I'm just going to have to see where this key I need is, because I am lost. Hold on. This is based on our shop size. We're supposed to have about 14 total staff in our store, and as of right now, we have 4. Oh, geez, and our poor front guy only gets 1 day off. That's the worst. I'm sorry. It's rough. I'm not going physically into work this fall at all if I can help it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Ah, there we go. There we go. I knew it. I knew there was a way to that, distant tower, and it looks like that's where we're gonna have to head. I just totally missed something that thaws out after the, after the blizzard is dissipated by Alsana. So let's actually head on back to our bonfire. Oh, Val, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That's, my mom had similar conditions she had to deal with from, like, corporate and oversight like sort of the, I should say, mismanagement of resources and employees during this pandemic, and that's one of the reasons why she quit, taking her entire staff with her. Alright, so I'm fairly certain our knights are on the wall. We just need to get this key, which necessitates going through a couple more bonfires worth of enemies. Not to worry, though, we can do it. Yeah, it was this way. It's gonna be from the fountain courtyard. Oh no, man, I totally understand. It sounds awful, and I'm just so happy that you're at least doing well yourself, you know, like, always keep your safety and medical health right now, like, physical health, I would say, is the most important thing for all of us, so just as long as you continue to feel safe, man, that's the most important thing. I hate that you're having to work in conditions like that, I really do. It's one of the reasons why I'm working remotely this fall, if I can help it. I may not have a choice at certain times, but I'm doing all I can. Your immune system's still going strong? I'm so glad to hear that. So thankful for it. Yeah, so definitely get a nap. Sounds like you need it, man. Thanks for dropping by, though. Oh no. Hey, we actually made good use of those iframes there. Now let's see if we can't get back over to the fountain courtyard without... Take care, man, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. See if we can't get on over to the fountain courtyard, then we're just going to run straight for the bridge. Oh, I'll be sure to check out the video, Val, don't you worry. I've been looking for quality things to watch, especially like while I play other games. So our objective is going to be past all of these guys. Thankfully, not past any doors that I'm aware of. It's gonna be right in there, maybe. Yep, here we go. This is the area we needed to access. Never would have found this on my own, of course. Just come on down. Perfect. And oh, what are you? They're like hellish, fluffy pinwheel skeletons. Oh, this is gonna suck. They're durable, too. Durable and hard to hit, and just being in contact with them causes us damage due to their spines. Oh my god. Yeah, they're just like horrible, hellish rabbits. On their own, they might not be so bad, yeah. Jesus Christ, we need that bonfire now. So, balm and a monastery charm. Oh, they're in here. They're like hiding amongst the pillars. So uncool. Herbs, okay. Like the pinwheel skeletons, they're less of a threat in open areas, but man, that damage just from contact is gonna be hell on it. those the Hexer Nikolai? And one of the mages from the Dark Chasms? Oh no. So Nikolai is going to be sniping us. No, he's not. He is taking a proactive strategy. With lightning spears, it looks like. And he's wearing the, I think the priest or priestesses set used by the folks who accompany the Prowling Mages. Got him. Now we've got to deal with that and some of the ice bunnies. Way more afraid of the ice bunnies than the Hexer. Hopefully we can clear this area out in one go and then never have to come back through. Strange, it looked almost like it was comprised of plant matter. In fact, I know it was. Thankfully, they don't have much health. Ditto for the Magi, hopefully. Oh, wow, they've got healthy range, and that is a massive gate, or wall over there. Oh, good. We may have to open that from a different location. So priority 1 is getting rid of that guy. Is there a bonfire anywhere around? Oh, hello. It's Maldron, the assassin, from the second DLC again. Oh no, what do you have in store for us this time? And he invaded totally unannounced this time. He's not a friend, he is clearly an invader. Found the mage, though. Or rather, it found us. Where did Maldron run off to? He's using a ring that will allow, like, red phantoms to appear as white phantoms. I think. Yep, here he comes. 'Twas a ruse! Jesus Christ, his attacks hurt. And deal lots of damage. Keep missing each other, which is good, so let's... Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and open the door. I just want a bonfire, man. That should get him. Oh, I know where he's running. I think this is the multiplayer dungeon. Maybe? Well, regardless, we ran him off for now. So in the short term, let's equip our massive life gems. What do you have? Magic stone? Okay. There it is. Nice. Oh, and we can use it too. So Maldron's gone, I guess. Or, wait, he didn't technically invade, quote-unquote, so... Now, instead of the rabbits, all I've got to deal with are these guys. Who do deal some healthy damage, to be fair, but... Oh wait, I guess the multiplayer dungeon isn't that way. He's gotten very good at dodging, hasn't he? Not everything, though. And off he goes to heal. Or attempt to. Where is old Maldron? Or did he just hoof it? May have done. It looks like he already legged it to the next area. Gotta keep our eyes peeled, though. He'll be waiting for us. Ooh, what a gorgeous area. Looks like I found Maldron. What's he waiting with, though? Oh, this does not bode well. What the hell is in here? Oh! It's the covetous demon! I was not expecting you. And Maldron. Oh, that is fascinating. Of all the bosses to make a comeback, this one. Well, why don't we put this to one side for now so I can take care of your helper first. Oh. Helpers, plural. Damn it. Yeah, Maldron. We might kill everything else here before him. I don't know that he'll come running for us if we just go the long way around, or the direct way to the ice caves. That might be the smart thing to do for now. We can probably just run these guys, right? Yep, indeed we can. I wonder if Maldron's going to come running. If he does, we probably want to wear down Covetous Demon 2 as much as we can before he arrives. Like, just of all the characters to reappear, huh? Of all the bosses, specifically. That doesn't seem to have much more health than the original did. Uh-oh. That got him. Ivory Warrior's Ring. Huh. Crimson Water, Crow Slot items. Dried Roots. Titanite, and we are definitely taking care of Maldron when we get out of here. Don't get it twisted. Just now that he doesn't have any backup, just like before, he should be way more manageable. Dude's still got a really solid build, but just one that's slightly less effective without help. Oh, and here they come. Who would have thought that such cute creatures would be the spiritual successors to the bone wheel skeletons? So I guess illusion ahead? Probably not, right? Liar ahead, yep. Oh. This takes us to like the outskirts of the city. Okay. And then over here, I guess a way back. Yep. But on the ground floor, unfortunately. Oh, come on. Our strong attacks are the most, I guess, reliable way to dispatch them. If you would use connecting maybe 1 in 3 times. Oh, damn! Are you kidding me? That little bastard had like a backwards attack. Nasty. Alright, let's try this again. We are nearing the end of the game, so some deaths are expected. I don't think the Covetous Demon respawns, so... Oh, I actually can backstab these guys. Didn't know that. Ooh, just in time. So we can take out our new friend. Yep, and right on down to... Ow. To the boss, right? Or mini-boss, I should say. We can take him now, though. Or should be able to. Alright, Maldron, let's do this. Oh no, you don't. Okay, not the worst beginning in Dark Souls pseudo PvP history. Ooh. No. In competent hands, the strong attack of the lance is so good. And combining that with a great shield is just, man. It's, I mean, bad news for us, but it is good stuff. Combine that with the katana's absolutely horrible recovery. Hey MC, welcome back. We're dealing with an old friend from the second DLC, Maldron the Assassin, who, long story short, tried to bait me into a cave with, of all things, the Covetous Demon. We fought an invisible Sabretooth tiger. And am now trying to take out the only invader in the entire series who's as big of a troll as I am. Got him. And we don't even get anything for it. How do you like that? Well, he doesn't have any unique gear or anything, so that, I guess, makes it sick. Oh, right. And then there's the bone wheel bunnies. I'm just running past these guys this time, screw it. Well, I'd try to, anyway. Right, so a bunch of the golems are active here. Of course they are. Wanna maybe... They should be attacking me right about now. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. As he said, I had to deal with a new event in Cliff Empire. Tell us about it. Oh, an earthquake. Oh, God. With that kind of arcology, a bad enough earthquake, I imagine, could just total the entire settlement if you're not prepared. Or huge chunks of it, even if you could. Hey, Ice Golem, how's it going? We are nearing the end of this rather interesting DLC. As he said, drain the economy of one of my towns. Okay, so you can have multiple settlements running at once, I see. Man, all the events of the main game led us to believe we were friends, Golem. Ow! Ugh. It's a cute move. But ow. And he says, well, it does two things. It collapses a selection of buildings and sets others on fire. That's what I'd be worried about. Like, deleterious effects from the quake spreading. And yeah, these things are just the bone wheel skeletons with, like, an additional bleed effect, I think. This one doesn't start out hostile. Oh. But there's a rabbit nearby that you're encouraged to feed it, of course. Charcoal pine resin. Oh, but we're almost to the night, I think. We are almost to the night. MC says, It lasts 4 days, and every day the effect repeats. Oh, God. Sounds awful. So I actually really like the golems as enemies, especially the little bait and switch they do with the deactivated ones, i.e. the first ones you see in the castle. After they've been teaching you through, like, Castle Drangleic, etc., that you're supposed to use them, that they are helpful, they are your friends, they make the game easier. To have them come to life and start attacking you is honestly really ingenious. As he said, we had some important stuff in that one city. It's always rough in, like, city-building games, I'm thinking, like, Civilization, when your, like, main settlement, or the one with all your quality stuff, attacks you out of nowhere. Ice Golem says, I've been trying to kill the old Iron King all day. What's your build? Because depending on, like, what your equipment loadout is, I could potentially give you some advice if you would be interested in it. Old Iron King can either be very easy or borderline impossible, depending on... Oh, I see where we are. We're in the far tower. Right. So I have absolutely no time for you, gentlemen. Life gem. Orb. Are we gonna do this all chivalrous-like? I'll throw down then. I have a total of like over 50 fire resistance. So, there is an area in the old Iron King's arena from which, or in which he should not be able to harm you. And as long as you kite most of his attacks consistently, also you should be able to, like, hide in and dive out whenever he, like, renders himself vulnerable. If that makes sense. Oh, this could go wrong in so many ways so quickly. You know the area, okay. So what attack is he getting you with? Is he mainly just knocking you into the holes in the arena? That's the most common way people die in his, to the old Iron King. It's actually not his attacks, it's getting knocked into the holes. Is that what's happening to you? The key to the last night's gotta be in there. Keeps using fire breath like 5 times in a row. I see. So, the fire breath... MC says you need to go whole out. The fire breath, I think, has a fairly short range, provided you can, again, use that corner, that side of the arena as cover. Or take cover there. Oh. More of you assholes. Right. Why did they have to give adorable little creatures the bone wheel skeletons moveset? Like, that just feels like a betrayal. They're so cute! This doesn't feel right. Beautiful view of the city we got here, but... Geez, they are going to make me take the least convenient possible route into that, tower, aren't they? Oh, this is getting just a little chancy for my tastes. Oh, there we go. Dusk Herb, nice. They can drop, I think, the best Dusk Herb and the best, or the best herb and the best, life gems in the game. And that might be it. Since their armor and arms are all natural. And she said, I already had the same thought for Dark Souls 1, but the cities from the distance look similar to one of Hand of Fate 2's combat areas. Yeah, like the Imperial Capital, or the Capital City Streets arenas, right? Oh. More of these friggin' things? Okay. And another Rampart Golem for good measure, because we're just fighting a who's who of DLC foes all around this tower, I guess. Yeah, that combat area. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see it. Maybe some kind of inspiration? I don't know, maybe. Just Balm. Balm is not worth it at this stage. Oh, there you are! You have any idea how worried I and the Child of Dark have been? Oh, but that's probably not all of them, is it? MC says I would not be surprised if the Hand of Fate devs played Dark Souls. Oh no, nor would I. They seem like pretty big fans of fantasy games in general. Try attacking and then hurrah for rolling. Ah, I see. Cute. An interesting way to get rid of the Icicle Knights, I guess. Oh, and creating like a shortcut? Nice! Thank you, random message. Now let me check. Is that all of the Eleum Loyce Knights? I'm going to look this up. No, we still need that key. Oh. Oh. Nope, that is not what I was thinking at all. Hold on, just let me do a little research here. Eleum Knights, right? No, we've got them all. So hold on, how do we clear the rampart? Sorry, looking up one thing really quickly. No, it looks like we might actually have more or less everything. Except the stuff around the multiplayer-only dungeon. Right, guys, I think we're actually ready to level up one last time and take on all of the game's final bosses, including the final boss of this DLC. Let's do it. Well, actually, hold on, sorry. I'm going to take a break to get a new drink and, I think, collect a package that was dropped off at my door not long ago. And we'll be back maybe in 5 minutes, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back for the exciting, potentially laborious conclusion of Dark Souls 2 in about 4 or 5 minutes. folks, we are back and ready to do this. If we can. Apparently the final boss of, well, I know I've actually seen it before, a long time ago, but the final boss of the Ivory King DLC is really, really challenging. I think in a way that, according to a lot of people, like, say, Sin certainly wasn't. Maybe more of a Fume Knight Sur Elan kind of thing. But it's gonna take everything we got. Including, for starters, reinforced armor. That'd be really nice. Do we have the material to reinforce any of these, though? We need Titanite chunks and large shards. Time to go see his daughter, then.
Well.
This would all be more useful than level ups right now, anyway.
Visit me.
Leveling up would give us fairly minimal advantages compared to stronger armor, as we saw when we buffed our dark resistance for the Dark Lurker fight. That should do the job. Let's do it. Time to head on to the Grand Cathedral. And a confrontation with the only one of the lords who actually loved and worked alongside his Child of Dark. Mind you, not to bring his kingdom to ruin. It was instead that, despite her nature, Alsana, a being of pure darkness, elected to work alongside the King of Eleum Loyce for the prosperity of the kingdom. She loved and believed in him that much. And yeah, you should probably guess who the boss here is, unfortunately, at this point. Each of these knights is going to take on their dark half, and we're going to be left to spar with the king, at the mouth of the raging false flame created by the Witch of Izalith. Time to take out our least favorite boss from Dark Souls 1 in a brand new and tragic form. Let's do it. Yeah, all our rings should be good, more or less. Well, hold on. We can't really change anything right now. Welcome to the old chaos. Things have gotten much worse in Izalith. Like, much worse. They're going to take on the Eleum Knights, or help us do so. I think we have to drop them, then the boss appears. And this whole fight's just going to be a cluster, for the record. And, oh god, here he comes. I think? No? Are we supposed to do something I'm just missing here? Oh, no, no, no. The knights will eventually seal the mirror. Or freeze the mirror portal that the burnt knights are emerging from. So actually what we want to do here is more or less hide. Run. this is kind of a shit show, to be honest. Come on, guys, go seal the gate. Got some charred Loyce armor for what that's worth. One more portal, come on. Here he comes. I don't know if we have to do this every time we go into the boss fight, but I hope not. Weird that we can't backstab them, right? Alright, let's give this the old college try. Yep, here he comes. Out of a very pleasant looking portal. Our guest for the evening. The burnt Ivory King. Lord, that guy's not gonna be any help. He's also a southpaw, just like me. In real life, not in game, of course. Oh, agile. Is he going to give his sword a fire effect at some point? That seems like it would be the appropriate thing to do here. Adaptability is actually coming in handy here. No, he's... Oh, God. Well, that is not what I expected. That is ice, not fire. How, though? Oh, shit. We're, Oh, that is a strange-looking helm with a very small, almost like cameo of a human face depicted on it. So that wasn't a bad first try. I just have this horrible sinking feeling that we're going to have to fight those knights in that really, really weird battle royale first every time. It's a good fight, though, like, his fight. And yeah, we're gonna have to do it again. Damn it! I wonder if there's a way to speed up the process of them shattering the mirrors. Because what little help they can give us in distracting the king would be greatly appreciated. We got a Loyce soul. That's interesting. I don't know of any other normal enemies, or I should say non-boss enemies, that drop souls, aside from, I guess, technically Nadalia. Oh, I get it. Maybe I'm supposed to kind of like lead the knights over to the mirrors, or the portals. Ones with the hammers have insane range, though. Or reach, I should say. Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm gonna go so far as to say I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Having to, like, slog through a bunch of kind of random knights you can't encounter anywhere else every time you get a chance, or every time, sorry, you need to take a stab at the boss. That, I can see doing that once, but it feels tedious and extraneous otherwise. Only Alsana can put it to rest. Oh, maybe she can seal one of them away? Or not. Yeah, how do we feel about that design choice? I'm not too crazy about it myself. Especially since it seems to be more or less random, when the knights actually freeze the portals. The king himself is a cool boss fight. I'd just like to actually, you know, have time to learn him. Golem says, I hate the old Iron King. Popular opinion. I think he's a pretty easy, but kind of bland boss. Like, after all the build-up in lore, you'd expect more than just, oh, it's the Balrog. There we go, that's what we wanted to see. More of their armor. I mean, okay. Come on, there we go. Helm. Golem says I'm going to farm effigies. What's a good place to do that for where you're at in the game? There's, I think, a couple covenants that are decent for gaining effigies, but... Oh! Come on, one more. Oh, damn it all! So you do not reduce the number of knights present in the arena at all as you freeze the portals. And in fact, since you get rid of your own knights, all you end up doing really is calling more of them in. Come on, folks. Giant portal right over here. This one. Here. What? Never mind. Oh, I guess because we claimed one of their souls, it actually took them out of the fight permanently? Okay. Round 2. We got a little bit more health this time, so that could be nice. Dude sure knows how to make an entrance. What? What the hell is this? One more of the Shard Knights spawned anyway? So was it just a glitch with my other knight not sealing his portal until the Ivory King spawned? That sure is what it feels like. Uh-oh. Just the range on the sword once he buffs it is... man. Good, that lets us heal. Okay. Here it comes. Yeah. Fortunately, he follows up almost all of his dodges with the same couple of attacks. Which, I mean, yeah, they hurt like hell, but they're learnable moves. Followed it up with the jumping slash there. Yeah, I could definitely see the Artorias inspirations here. You have to fight him much the same way, too. Hey, and much like Artorias. Looks like the fun times ran out for you, Your Highness. He also gets a defense buff when the light cold flame is active, I think. There you go. The old Ivory King laid to rest. Excellent. Fantastic. Got the leggings. We did not get the entire Loyce set, but while we're down here, yeah, why don't we check out what Lord Gwyn and friends' excellent attempts to clone the first flame led to. Yeah, this is a good idea. This is worth it. As you can see, the bed of chaos has just kind of spiraled out of control. And we got one of the Knight Souls and the King's Soul. The proud Ivory King was ever merciful, and devoted himself to the protection of his great land until he was devoured by the flames of chaos. So in good old Dark Souls fashion, the only truly, like, completely unadulteratedly kind monarch in the entire game, and we have to kill him ourselves. Let's check that king out. Oh, nice. Far to the north, a king built a great cathedral to appease the raging flame, but when he sensed the degradation of his soul, he left without a word, leaving everything to Alsana, who had, unbeknownst, found a place at his side. Oh, that is cool. Nice. Well, we'll need to go see King Vendrick since we've got all the Lord Souls. Because I assume he has some kind of reward or info dump for us now that we've sought and claimed all of the crowns through adversity and such. But also, we'll need to actually advance to the quote-unquote Throne of Drangleic and attempt to, or make our decision as to whether we're going to link or abandon the fire. I mean, you guys know me at this point. You know what I'm going for. We're abandoning it, but we'll need to actually follow through.
You've granted my one wish. Now, I have no regrets. I was born amidst the dark. Long ago, in the depths of the abyss, my father perished. The dark shattered into tiny pieces, one of which was me. How frightened I was. A frail thing, born from but a splinter of dark. I felt that I might simply disappear. I am, in fact, the incarnation of my father's fears. I saw that the king of this land was strong. I sought him only to sustain myself, to smother my fears. Now, I realize that he may have known all along. I was born of fear, and my Lord provided comfort. And so, here I remain, heiress to my Lord's wishes, watching over chaos. Until the end of time. The Knights of Eleum, where their souls, I pray for.
Right. So is there a way to access her? Can we offer the soul, or do we need to go back to the chaos to farm the rest of them? I guess we have our answer. I guess we do have to... Do we have a ring of sacrifice or anything like that? No. We have to farm souls until we have a full complement. This is an interesting little, like, post-game challenge, I guess. And a good opportunity to farm their armor set, I guess. Uh-oh. Yeah, we probably need to head on out of here for the time being. I might do whatever that is as part of a cleanup stream later, but right now I think it's really time for us to head off to Vendrick and then complete Dark Souls 2. Remember, even after you beat the game, you are still allowed to run around, if you so choose, in Dark Souls 2 and I think 3. Dark Souls 1 was the only game where you didn't have that choice. I do hope we get something from Vendrick for all of this. Even if it's just like a little ring or trophy or what have you. Gotta hoof it right on back to his armor, which I guess holds such sentimental value or such a strong impression of the person he was that it allows us to access his memory. After this, all we've really got left is the chain of 3 final bosses. One of them is fairly challenging. One of them, for a lot of people, is effectively effortless. And I've actually never fought the third myself. I've seen it, I've just never fought them. So this is going to be a hell of a learning experience. By the way, I hope everybody tuning in this evening is having a wonderful day so far. Thank you all so much for sharing your time with us this afternoon. It's been quite a journey through the world of Dark Souls 2.
Seeker of fire, deliverer of crowns. What do you see in the flames? Find the crowns and your own answers. The crowns hold the strength of lords from times long past. Seek adversity as befits you, seeker of fire, coveter of the throne. Seeker of fire, conqueror of dark.
I love his voice acting. It's...
Who sought fire once?
God, what a tone.
With fire, they say, a true king can harness the curse. A lie, but I knew no better. Seeker of fire, you know not the depth of dark within you.
As Golem says, I know what he gives you. Well, we're about to find out. In just a minute, hopefully.
Flame, oh, flame. Seeker of fire, I see you've subdued another foul creature. One of the father of the abyss spawn. That confounded quintessence of humanity. The abyss once had form, but then dissipated. And yet, traces of its existence endured. Each fragment, thirsting for power, spread dark with no relent. My dear Chandra was one such fragment. A feeble, tiny thing that thirsted for power more than any other. Driven by insatiable lust for a worthy vessel. One day, fire will fade, and dark will become a curse. Men will be free from death, left to wander eternally. Dark will again be ours, and
Yep, and that's the ultimate goal here.
the false legends of yore.
Putting past the Age of Fire and overriding the hollowing stipulation of the undead curse and allowing mortals to attain immortality. Oh yeah, that's right, we're going to, I guess, upgrade all of the crowns?
The rest will follow.
The Ashen Mist fades. And with that, we get the last kind of testament and last wishes of King Vendrick. He wants someone to succeed where he failed and triumph over the undead curse. And the only way to do that's to usher us in a nice big ol' Age of Dark, which is exactly what we're going to do following one last leveling session. First things first. That'll do for now. And of course, we now have confirmed what the game has been telegraphing to us for ages. Queen Nashandra is one of the children of Manus. She is a fragment of the Dark who deliberately sought out Vendrick to throw his land into disarray and use all of their souls, all of their energy, as energy, essentially, to open up a great big old portal to the Abyss, reuniting all of the shards and bringing Manus, Father of the Abyss, back from the dead. Or whatever state he's been reduced to.
There until...
And so, if we want to actually make a choice here, we're going to have to stop Nashandra, which, trust me, shouldn't be too hard, given all that we've done and been through. MC says Gorum shards. Yeah, no, so, Alsana touched on this briefly when we were speaking with her, but each of the shards of Manus is said to have inherited a certain aspect of his personality. So Alana was his wrath, Nadalia his, like, isolation, or I guess kind of individualism or something like that. Alsana his fears. Nashandra represents greed, or embodies greed, I should say. And if we want to actually succeed to the throne and choose a course for Drangleic, we're going to have to come to a reckoning with her. So, we depart one last time for the King's Gate. And with the kinship of giants, I believe. Past the Cyan Knight, who definitely wasn't a fake in the original, I don't think. Throw on the King's Ring for all of a second. I don't see, why you should necessarily have to wear the ring. Just having it in your inventory should be sufficient to get these open. It's just kind of inconvenient otherwise. And, welcome to what took the place of the Kiln of the First Flame. I honestly think this area looks a little bit cooler, but, well, that's strictly a matter of personal taste.
The dragon gave me this name, for I was born with none. I was born of dragons, contrived by men, by ones who would cozen fate herself. They are the ones who created me. But they failed. I did not come out as intended. Fate would not be bested.
Right, so she was intended to act as a vessel kind of for Vendrick and Aldia's magical innovation, and I guess like a prototype immortal human.
She covets the first flame and the great soul.
Again, they got very close to immortality. Were it not for the... MC says, I read into the Lord of ReZero's greed. The character is about protecting the little they have with all of their might rather than trying to acquire more. Well, that's interesting. But by definition then, at least like theological definition, that's also not greed. The whole theological concept of greed that underlies like the seven deadly sins interpretation anyway, is that, or the interpretation used to define the seven deadly sins in theology, is specifically wanting to accrue an excess of something only for yourself, hoarding it, and, like, not only having more than you need, but keeping others from acquiring any that they need. It's both about an excess accumulation and also deprivation. If you just wanted more than was healthy or was good for you or that you needed, technically I believe it would be considered gluttony. But, yeah. So here we are, Kiln of the First Flame, or in this case, the Throne of Want. And we can call in some help, but at least at for my first attempt, we're not going to. We can call in Vengarl, now reunited with his body and rocking the red rust set. We can call in a guy named Bradley, who is certainly a character. Or we can call in Benhart. I might call one of these guys in because of the nature of the Throne's Guardians. Yes, I said Guardians. Because there's two of them, Throne Watcher and Throne Defender. One of these, of course, is fast and lithe, one of them is slow and tanky. They don't have the most health in the world, well, Throne Watcher doesn't, but that's actually part of their gimmick. See, we have to kill them at virtually the same time, or the one left behind will resurrect the Fallen. Now, since we've completed the DLC, though, we should be a bit tankier than they expected. Or than we're really expected to be at this point. We've got to wear him down, that's the tricky thing. Ah, she buffed her sword. Good. Good. I'm gonna try to whittle him down and then drop her just a second before him. Or maybe that wouldn't be worth it. Oh yeah, and he will buff his blade with lightning. I think she uses magic. I actually really like this fight, especially if you're not quite as thoroughly leveled as we are using DLC gear and the like. They could be really challenging for a single player, or even for a party of two. Actually might be better to wear her down. Or not. Man, if this game has shown us one thing, it's that Vendrick sure did know how to pick his warriors. Alright, down he goes, so we've got to drop her as quick as we can. Like so. Yeah, no, don't worry, that would be much harder if we weren't leveled quite to this extent. MC says, protecting something to the extreme, rather than having the desire to keep it rather than share is an interesting, loose definition of greed. Agreed, right. Right. Here comes Nashandra. In her true form. And I love her design. Seriously, look at this. Sorry, I'm just going to say, much cooler visuals than Gwen. She's like a physical manifestation of light, darkness, and decay. And again, not remotely human. So, she cannot deal a lot of damage relative to where we're at. But her character is built all around, I believe, cursing you. Notice again, no special title, it's just Nashandra. So, she doesn't deal damage, in the traditional sense, as much as she constantly drains your health. As do these little satellites she sent out. Can we dispel those? Yes, we can, actually. Now, the thing is, without her help, Nashandra isn't that challenging. I mean, she's a pain in the ass, sure, but... Yeah, probably leaving one satellite and then just focusing on her while we're out of its range is the best idea here. Ow. Oh! Shit! Didn't know she got a third attack, but it's okay. Because the Throne Watcher and Defender are gone. We can restart this just against Nashandra from the beginning of her fight and steamroll her and move on to the third final boss. I really like the idea of having a boss gauntlet in a Dark Souls game. That's, again, another improvement in my mind. Though, to be fair, the third and final boss was only added as part of the Scholar of the first Sin edition. MC says, tossing two bosses that are not just being, are not just like an archer and sword build is nice. It really is, yeah. And having both of them, even like the tankier one, be fairly agile is appreciable as well. I feel like they're well balanced for what they are. We're also going to replace this with, do we have the Curse Bite ring or anything like that? No, we don't. Ring of Resistance will do the trick, though. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll really do the job. It nearly triples our curse resistance. Also, what do you want to bet that old Nashandra, a creature of the dark, is weak to fire? MC says you don't need epic combat if you have a well-balanced boss and good gameplay. Right, exactly. That, and sorry to throw shade, but, you can't just parry them to death. Which isn't to be taken as, like, a really serious criticism, because Gwen's boss fight worked perfectly well for what it was. I just think this conclusion feels just as good as the first games, if not maybe even a little better, though that could be my own, like, bias towards this game, making itself readily apparent. Yep, it's the same thing. We got her. Oh yeah, look at that fire damage. Oh, she spawned 4 of them. And, yeah, without her satellites, this and the lasers, that's about all she's got for us. It makes sense, though, since she kind of isn't, like, in the lore, a really talented combatant. She's like a manipulator par excellence, not a fighter. And this is still, mind you, by the standards of Drangleic, really impressive. We gotcha. Just like the Dark Lurker, except static. Goodbye. MC says, Gwen's parrying actually makes him even more tragic. He's so weak that you can even parry him. Yeah. I appreciate, though, what they were going for. Oh, here comes the final boss.
One drowned in poison, another succumbed to flame. Still another slumbers in the realm of ice. Not one of them stood.
You know that voice. You know who it is.
As you do. Now. You, conqueror of adversities. Is your answer?
Here he comes. It's Lord Aldia. Scholar of the First Sin. So, as I understand, we just kind of have to attack him when he's not bathed in flame. That's it. I don't really understand why he's attacking us, but he is. I love the battle theme, though. Pyromancy? Oh, yeah. Oh, his defense also jumps through the roof once he erupts into flame. Oh no. Do you have some kind of desperation attack? Not really, I guess. Alright, we've got him. One more round. Oh no! We've got him now. And farewell, Lord Aldia, who came so close to saving the world. Fitting gauntlet of final bosses, I think.
And remain here patiently. The throne will certainly receive you. But the question remains. What do you want? Tell me. Light, dark, or something else entirely?
Ice Golem says, I thought he was Nito for a second. It does look kind of similar, yeah. And what about Nashandra? Yeah, no, she's dead. And MC says maybe he was testing us. His dialogue seems to suggest as much. And he's not gone. Near as I can tell. We've got the soul of Nashandra, and the dark souls of the Throne Watcher and Defender, which can be used to get their great swords, of course. Ice Golem asks, what game is after this? I'm going to polish off the Gunvolt campaign in the incredible Azure Striker Gunvolt 2, and then probably play the side game that was released, starring one of that game's playable characters. It's about the length of either Azure Striker Gunvolt 1 or 2's campaign as a single character, so maybe 1 or 2 streams total. Then, after maybe one more little palate cleanser game or a couple palate cleanser streams, I'll be back with Bloodborne, continuing our exploration through FromSoft's incredible Soulsborne series. After that will be Dark Souls 3, and then whenever it comes out, the Demon Souls remake. Right, so, we know what happens when we try to light the fire, right? Like horrible things happen. And Vendrick said as much as we could maybe achieve a better day if we seek after the immortality that is actually the natural state of mankind, and that Lord Gwyn worked so assiduously to sever us from. So yeah, we're done. Goodbye. I think it's worthwhile that Aldia said, essentially, for the first time at this entire story at the very end, okay, great, you've earned permission to link the fire. But is that what you want? What do you want to do? Nobody's asked you before. What's your stake in all this? And it sounds like, at least in Aldia's eyes, we made the right choice. To not tie ourselves to fate or prophecy or anything like that, but to see if we can't forge a better way.
Such as our fate.
Escolm says I'd rather play the original, not the remake. You can get it, I think it's PS3 exclusive, in fact I know it is, but you can get it pretty easily. Oh, now we get to enjoy Dark Souls 2's phenomenal credits theme. But I personally cannot wait for the remake. Hopefully it's going to improve on so much of the base game's phenomenal content. I can't wait for that. But that, ladies and gents, that's Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. So all the DLC, some extras specifically for this build, it's all there. And what a game it is. I'd say it ticks all of my major boxes for a good quality sequel, in that it retains so much of what people loved of the first game, while expanding on it in some really meaningful ways, and experimenting with core systems and mechanics throughout. And keep in mind, not all of those experimentations, as we saw, right? Maybe the durability system, maybe the way certain encounters are designed. Not all these experiments pan out, but I think it's worthwhile that they tried to take something that was so beloved and iterate on it in a way that was meaningful, and not just rehash all of the moments and characters and settings from the first game that people really, really adored. Unfortunately, that's not what Dark Souls 3 does. Dark Souls 3's core design, its mechanics, its gameplay, the way it feels in your hands, even compared to this game, which I would argue feels a bit better and a bit smoother than the first, is absolutely incredible. It is perhaps, no, far and away, the best feeling game in the entire series, save maybe Bloodborne, because Bloodborne feels so dynamic and you feel so agile that it's really satisfying. Hard to beat. But Dark Souls 3 completely does away with the notion that you can take what was great, the core gameplay, the mechanics, like the chassis, more or less, from the first game, and take it to new and brilliant places. Instead, it plays it, I would argue, very, very safe, more often than not rehashing a lot of the quote-unquote highlights from the first game. Here's the song I was talking about. The most beautiful track in the entire series. So, hold on. I'll actually wait until this is over and then continue my thoughts, and read chat, of course. But thank you all so much for your feedback. I'll get to it in just a minute. Enjoy. So, I'll jump back in here. I think it kind of loops like so for a moment, but I did want to give you guys a couple minutes to just enjoy this absolutely gorgeous ending theme. Couldn't really ask for a better reward for actually completing the game, in my mind. Just, brings back very powerful memories of the first time I beat this game, and heard this, surrounded by my friends, I think freshman year of college? Yeah, I would have been 16-ish? That sounds right. Hey, congrats, Ice Golem. They say I beat the old Iron King finally. Great job, great job. You should have some pretty solid treasure waiting for you on the other side of that boss room, too. MC says, thank you for showing us this. It's a great sequel. Thank you very much. I'm so glad you could come along for the ride, and glad that you are able to appreciate this game as well. I always appreciate it when I see people, Let's Players or whomever, who can appreciate Dark Souls 2 on its own merits, at the very least. Nice Golem says, I love this. Yeah, man, it's a great game, and thank you so much for joining us these past couple of days. Really appreciated having you around. MC says, lacks a skateboard section, but you can't expect perfection. No, I would say the lack of a skateboard section makes this infinitely better, unless we could go, like, on a toboggan race or something, or a sled race against ironclad soldiers, using one of their, like, hollowed-out little shell chest pieces as, like, a very kind of coarse slipshod sled. That would actually be kind of funny. But yes, this game is absolutely phenomenal. I really appreciate the expansions to the core gameplay. And, like, let's consider, I've not shown off all of it by far. I've barely shown off a fraction of it, to be honest. All of the weapons and armor and, like, conditional use consumable items, and, oh, Jesus Christ, all the spells you can get in this game. You have any idea? MC says, now Majora's Mask score on race was horrible. I do distinctly remember that from my childhood. Yeah. Racing in Zelda games has had a very spotty track record, I think. Again, let's appreciate all the cool things added to this game. Entirely new types of covenants, like the Rat King, the Covenant of Champions that allows you to play the game more or less on a hard mode for added rewards and extras, the Pilgrims of Dark Covenant that has no real purpose aside from exploring these optional dungeons and fighting a super boss. All of that's so cool, and along with that, of course, they retained all of the things and types of covenants from the first game that players love so much. Again, Dark Souls 3 doesn't do that. We earned the Air Trophy, very nice. In Dark Souls 3, as you'll see, there are two sets of two covenants apiece that do the same exact thing, for no real reason. Other than, well, we certainly couldn't have new things. People didn't like the new things. But here we are. We've made it. Did we get everything? I believe so, yeah. We can trigger a New Game Plus from here if we would like. But, hold on. Now that we've got these spare souls, I want to see if we can buy something special maybe from Mouflin. But that's our show. That's Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. A wonderful game, and I am just so thankful I had the opportunity to share it with you all. He's not selling what I thought he would be. One moment. Escolum says, I'd love to see you play it once a year. I don't know about that, but I will certainly, I'll certainly, chug my way through the rest of this series, and yeah, here's where you can begin, a New Game Plus. Let's see Strayed, maybe, to close us out. Going to see if I can't find, like, the Fume Knights or Sir Alon's armor somewhere. There's someone who sells it. And it's either him or Ornifex. MC says too many games to try and discuss. Oh god, yeah, believe me. I've still got Ghost of Tsushima, which apparently is a pretty standard open-world game, but one that's pretty good for what it is, sitting over on my mantle, and I've just not gotten around to it yet. I'm definitely playing that kind of jank-ass looking, Marvel's Avengers game when it comes out, because I'm just too curious. Hold on, let me see this, because I do want to show you a couple cool little things. Looking it up real quick. Ah, haha. So, like, special items related to the DLCs and all that can be bought from Magirold. MC says maybe we could see you do an occasional Cliff Empire stream. It's a slow burn game. Once I set up PC streaming, which is coming, trust me, eventually, I may do just that. That or some other strategy games we could play and try to learn together. Like, I love the Total War series, but I've never actually played a campaign to completion, so could do something like that. No more appropriate end to this stream series than cutting down one of the weird Eleum Knights. Wait, hold on. Not at the end. Not going down like that. Ice Golem asks, okay, where do I go after killing the old Iron King? Okay. How many different, of the Old Lord souls do you have? Have you been to the gutter yet? Have you been to the, Huntsman's Copse? So yeah, he will now sell, like, certain armor sets. I think the armor set's related to the, bosses of the Old Iron King DLC. I think you can get, the Ivory King's set from Alsana if you collect enough of those, according to what I read, if you collect enough of those, like, Loyce souls, you can trade them in with her, much like a covenant, in order to... Oh, Ice Golem says I only have the Iron King. Okay. That's strange. Have you been to, Have you been to the, No Man's Wharf? No Man's Wharf. MC says if you get into Europa Universalis, I might play along, though I'm bad at strategy. Oh, I'm terrible at strategy games, too. That's why I'm saying, like, Total War, any games like that, Europa Universalis as well, Crusader Kings, could be a lot of fun. We could try to learn it together. Let's, try out Sir Alon's armor. Well, no, let's try out the armor of my favorite boss really quick. Rain's set. Oh, this is gonna look so cool. Yeah, it's not that heavy either. Check this out. Damn. Now hold on, one last thing. Ice Golem, just to help you out really quickly. I'll show you probably the best way to progress. Oh, sorry about the neighbor's dog. There it goes. So we're gonna want to go to Hade's Tower of Flame, okay? The Tower of Flame bonfire. You're going to want to, geez, it's off on a tear. MC says, I took down the British Empire and conquered Africa starting from Madagascar in EU4. You could be bad and do well. Oh, excellent. That sounds like an awesome world state you ended up with. Okay, so Ice Golem, here's what you want to do, okay? From the far end of Hades Tower of Flame, past the Dragon Rider boss fight, right over here, see, in this tower, the far tower, you're going to want to go from the bonfire down into that little cistern. Ride an elevator down one more level, and you should emerge at No Man's Wharf at the end of the series of passageways. Once you're there, fight your way straight through. It's more or less a linear straight shot, and you will be taken eventually to the Lost Bastille. Fight your way through the Bastille normally. It's not like the side area you could access from the tower apart. Fight your way through the Bastille, encountering as many of its secrets as you can along the way. You can always check with us in the Discord. We'll be happy to provide additional help if you'd like. And at the very bottom of the Bastille, once you've fought your way through the whole thing, you should be able to find another Lord Soulbearer. Hope that helps. Alright, well, until tomorrow probably at 2 or 3 once again, mid-afternoon, keep an eye on that Discord. A big thank you to everybody who has watched this wonderful, wonderful series, whether you've been active or present here in Twitch chat, or you've just been joining us after the fact by catching up on the VODs on YouTube. I want you to know how much I appreciate you sharing your time and yourselves with me throughout this crazy, often kind of clunky series I've been doing. I'm still trying to find my legs when it really comes to streaming and speaking extemporaneously for hours on end, but you've all been absolutely wonderful, and I appreciate every single one of you. I have loved being able to share one of my favorite games of all time with you guys, and hope you can see its merits, hope you've enjoyed this kind of showcase, and may be tempted to pick the game up yourself. You can get the Scholar of the First Sin edition at I will say, less than full price, just about anywhere in any format. And I'd say if you're into Dark Souls, especially if you're into, like, a lighter fantasy than the first Dark Souls, this should be right up your alley. Until then, or until next time, I'm Brady the Overanalyst. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.